I've never believed and I've never really thought at what age that achievement might come.
I'm not the freshest guy right now, obviously. For him, it's a great achievement, but I'm sure he doesn't want to stop there.
Just have to be fresh, have to be feeling good. I'm grateful for every single match that I get to play, and I'm obviously just blessed that I have the opportunity to play against the best and test myself.
I think he matured as a player a lot. Clay, arguably his best surface.
I'm looking forward to that challenge. I'm looking forward to bring my game to kind of step it up.
I know what I need to do. I'm hoping I can recharge my batteries as much as I can, because I'm going to need some power and energy for that one.
I'm looking forward on leaving my entire body on the court.
Numéro 5 mondial, il est grec, Stefanos, Tsitsipas.
And as the stadium announcer Mark Maury welcomes the players, let's join our match commentators. Mark Woodford, 17 times Grand Slam champion, and Pete Hodges.
Et ils sont opposés à celui qui possède 18 titres du Grand Chelem. Vainqueur ici à Roland-Garros en 2016, le numéro 1 mondial, le Serbe Novak Djokovic.
So for just the 4th time in the last 17 years, we have a final at Roland-Garros that is missing the name of Rafael Nadal. That is because one of the most incredible matches ever played, Novak Djokovic, did the unthinkable and beat the 13-time Roland-Garros champion for the 2nd time at these championships. Today, Djokovic goes for his 2nd Roland-Garros title and a 19th Grand Slam overall against a player who is looking to make his own little bit of history by becoming the first ever Greek Grand Slam champion, Tsitsipas. These two have had some titanic duels in the past, most recently in Rome, and so it should be absolutely fascinating. 2-time Roland-Garros champion, Mark Woodford alongside myself, Pete Hodges. Your thoughts ahead of this one?
The start, as always, especially for the final.
For the previous matches, for the towels, Stefanos, you will have the orange dot, and Novak, you have the one with the grey dot. After the toss, we do a picture on that side. Any questions? No? Stefanos, do you want heads or tails? Heads is called. Heads. Serve? This side? Okay. Have a good match, guys.
And the traditional photos of the two duelists. But yeah, Pete, the start, I think it's super important for Tsitsipas, given that he's got to play against the best player in the world, and he's coming off of a big victory. Obviously, we know Djokovic against Nadal, but if he's to leave an impression, I think it's where he can leave a footprint at the start of this match.
Well, he's been here and done it before. This is 6th final at Roland-Garros for Novak Djokovic. That one title coming in 2016. He beat, of course, Rafael Nadal in 2015. Then had a 5-setter against Andy Murray that year, but couldn't lift the trophy. Got beaten by Stan Wawrinka in the final. What's he got to do today, Mark, to avoid the same fate from happening again?
Well, I think it's much relief that Djokovic has overcome all of these hurdles. This is his run through to the final, highlighted with the 2-sets-to-love response against Musetti. Berrettini was tough, tested all the way, and of course, the massive result, taking out the 13-time champion. Pete, I think, you know, for Djokovic, knowing that he has a healthy record against his opponent Tsitsipas and won their most recent match, I think that he can embrace that in a big way.
And invite it alongside, as always, And as for Steph Tsitsipas, well, what a journey it's been for him. What a journey it's been to the final. The expectation and the pressure when the draw came out, many favoured the Greek to get into his first Grand Slam final. How impressed, Mark, have you been with the fact that he's been able to deal with that sort of pressure and reach his first final?
Well, seems to have grown over, well, I was almost going to say 12 months ago at Roland-Garros, but 7 months ago, he reached the semi-finals, and he played against the same opponent, but was down 2 sets to love, worked his way back, and I think he realised there that you know, that it is a possibility to overcome the best in the sport at the back end of these tournaments. And it's just from the first round against Jeremy Chardy there, boy, he looks like he was a racehorse, ready to do the sprint, but he was prepared to stay until the very end.
Described his win over Zverev as an emotional one because this tournament means so much to him, means so much to his father, something that they watched together as when Tsitsipas was young. That he always dreamt of playing on the big stage against one of the biggest players in world sport, and he's got that wish today. But as you mentioned earlier on, the head-to-head does favour Djokovic. He's actually won their last 4 meetings, including their most recent in Rome in the quarterfinals, and I was fortunate enough to commentate on that one, and I can tell you it was a stunner of a match. It was one of the best matches of the year. It's only probably been beaten for me by the Djokovic-Nadal semi-final we had a couple of days ago.
I know you have been rating that match in a big way. And you and I were also discussing the previous encounter 7 months ago, Roland-Garros, a 2 sets to love lead for Djokovic, and that's where the wheels kind of disappeared. He actually served for the match as well, but Djokovic put it into compartmentalize. Up 2 sets to love. He's got to think that, and he got into that winning position before Tsitsipas showed a brave response.
Stunning ovation. I think he's always a popular player, Novak Djokovic, but I think he's won a fair few more fans with what he was able to do 2 days ago in what is known as Rafael Nadal's living room. But it's such an intriguing matchup, this one, as you see Aurélie Torp, who will look after this final. But it's so intriguing because we wonder how much emotionally, physically, mentally their semi-finals took out of both of them.
Well, I think Djokovic has shown us historically how he's able to respond and work his way through these titanic Grand Slam 2-week events, 7 matches, and successfully. The question is, can Tsitsipas? Is there enough in the tank? I think physically, yes, in my opinion, but emotionally, the fact that he has had to face and see off John Isner, he backed it up so admirably against Carreño Busta. He took out the #2 player in the world, followed by an emotional match with Zverev. Is he going to be, you know, able to sustain the pressure against the #1 player in the world?
Well, in the SAS, there is an exercise where they make the troops run up and down a mountain. They push them to the limit. And only when they think they are done do the commanders say they have to do it again. Today, that is the task for Novak Djokovic. He described his win over Rafael Nadal as like climbing Everest, but he still has one more mountain to conquer if he is to make history and become the first man in the Open era to win each major twice. Today's mountain is Steph Tsitsipas, who is hoping for his own piece of history to become the first Greek Grand Slam champion. It will be Tsitsipas to get this final underway. Talking of climbing mountains as well as making plenty of national history, 17-time Grand Slam winner Mark Woodford is alongside myself, Pete Hodges, and we will be the privileged ones to talk you through this final. Tactically, Mark, what are you expecting from this final?
15.
Well, upon the information that you've also provided, the way that you noticed that Tsitsipas in that Rome match was utilising the backhand up the line, was prepared to rally cross-court from the backhand wing. We saw a few of the backhands where he was trying to generate up the line, but in order for him to win with that backhand up the line, he has to remain with a solid length of shot. If it ends up short with the rotation, it just provides Djokovic that ability to retrieve it back. Certainly a highlight for Tsitsipas throughout the tournament has been his win rate behind the first serve, and he's been backing it up with the forehand. The forehand has been a strong point in his game.
We know that is his combination, even there where he's serving. He serves from a doubles position, so he can set up the forehand.
The ball up the centre third of the court. It's not struck with a lot of pace, but plenty of topspin.
There's a nervous start to this game with a double fault. This could be a nerve settler if Tsitsipas can come through this game. Beautifully done.
40.
We saw Djokovic's forehand. This might have been the ball. Yep. Cross court, close to the sideline. I felt like that was the shot that damaged Rafa Nadal in the semi-final. The rotation that he was able to attain and get Rafa out into that doubles alley was just amazing.
Let's. Premier service.
Said it in the warm-up. It's going to be so interesting to see. Both of these players are feeling physically the titanic duel for Djokovic. Tsitsipas, incidentally, looking to beat the second seed and the top seed, something that hasn't been done all that often in Grand Slams, particularly of late. It's only been done 9 times in the Open era, a player to defeat the number 1 and 2 seeds. Incidentally, amazingly, the last time it happened, certainly 2015 at Roland-Garros, which, if you remember that...
And it was a Swiss player.
It was indeed. It was Wawrinka who got the better for Federer in the quarterfinals, and then he beat a certain Novak Djokovic in the final, and that was the year that Djokovic had previously beaten Nadal. Oh! He might not be beaten if he keeps hitting shots like that.
Avantage Djokovic.
Well, the serve was pretty decent because Djokovic is outside the court, almost falling into it. A little fortunate.
Tsitsipas made a slow start in their last meeting here at Roland-Garros. He's facing break point in this opening game. Oh, there's the backhand up the line. And that will make him feel better.
Égalité.
Beautiful response. It's not like this return wasn't hit with some pace.
Was the sort of defense that we saw against Nadal in the semis. Just incredible.
Avantage, Djokovic.
Was superb. Just when I thought Tsitsipas had played the approach shot to near perfection, played with height and depth, and Djokovic responds with a fantastically played lob.
Point saved. Just how important is this first game here, Mark?
Again, 12 months ago, or 7 months ago, it was Djokovic started serving first and had to fight off a love 40 start. He was able to scramble through, and just the relief, he was able to engineer a service break. Same could be in the works for Tsitsipas.
Tsitsipas.
What a hold. Well, he's shown so much character throughout his young career, Steph Tsitsipas. And he demonstrates it in the first game of his first ever Grand Slam final. Saves a couple of break points to hold for a 1-love lead.
I mean, that sends a signal, most importantly, to Djokovic. Starts the game with a double fault and still finds 3 aces.
And it's interesting because he wasn't able to be asked about his opponent in the final, because of course his semi-final finished before the Nadal-Djokovic match, and actually the journalists asked more questions about Nadal because I think they were expecting the 13-time Roland-Garros champion to win. But what he did say before their meeting in Rome, and I thought this was key, I hope to be able to play the same tennis that I've been playing so that I can challenge him. It shows you he believes his level is with the best in the world. There is that belief there for Tsitsipas. I mentioned that Rome quarter-final. It was a match that Tsitsipas will feel he should have won. Served for it in the second set, was up a break twice in the third. Yet Djokovic did one of his numerous Houdini acts to get out of trouble. The level of tennis was very, very high. Cool as you like with the volley.
30-0.
Well, really obligated to come forward. But of course, if you are coming forward to keep the point alive, that approach shot has to be put back into play, and he calmly didn't overplay it at all.
Mental toughness of Tsitsipas and what he showed in that semi-final, in that opening game too. But once again, Djokovic demonstrating it here. He missed those opportunities to sneak an early break, trying to ensure that there's no hangover effect. Super game from the Serb.
Djokovic.
Fine response from the world number 1.
Un jeu partout.
Djokovic, incidentally, who will stay as world number 1. Tsitsipas will go to a career high of 4 if he loses in the final, and 3 will overtake Nadal if he wins.
So is that hierarchy changing? Are we on the eve of a different...
Stunning tennis from Tsitsipas.
And the awareness, Tsitsipas, he knows that Djokovic, once he gets the one-hander, comes under the ball, it's going to be a defensive shot, so the speed to take the volley in the air. But yes, Pete, we might be on the verge of having a new top 5. So long have we seen the marquee 3 sitting up atop the top 3 rankings.
Big ball striking, and that will give Tsitsipas even more belief.
40-0.
This is pretty big. Forehand by Djokovic is read by Tsitsipas. He just hovers in the juice court. And again, the height, the rotation, the forehand up the line, the higher part of the net.
I think you can argue it either way, Mark, with regards to the changing of the guard. Look at the Masters titles recently. They've started to go the way of the younger players. But then when you look at the slams, 9 of the last 10 have been won by either Rafael Nadal or Novak Djokovic. That's a confident game, once again, from the world number 5. And an excellent start in his first Grand Slam final. And it is the Greek player who leads 2-1 first set. In terms of largest age gaps in Grand Slam men's singles finals, this is right up there, 11 years and 82 days. And it's the 7th largest age gap in the history of all of Grand Slam tennis. Because, of course, Djokovic 34 and 22 days, Tsitsipas just 22 years of age.
Youngster he is, and this might be the first of a number of those. That's what the ambition is for Tsitsipas. Can imagine that hard courts, game adjusts well. We've obviously seen him reach 2 other semi-finals of Grand Slams.
First job done as far as Tsitsipas is concerned. Got himself comfortably on the board. We now feel like we're into this Grand Slam final. Someone who knows a thing or two about Grand Slam finals. On board here, of course, his son played in the juniors. Himself reached 6 finals at Roland-Garros, and this is the 6th final of these championships for Novak Djokovic. something that Novak Djokovic said in his win over Nadal. He was actually expecting to get a few more cheap points from the first serve because he had been serving so well throughout the tournament. So he was very happy with how he served in the fourth set, where he was able to race through a few games. But look at that so far, 6 from 6 behind the first serve. Hasn't missed a first serve yet either.
Without a doubt, he'd been serving at such a high level in the tournament up until the semi-finals against the greatest returner that is in the sport. He'd only lost serve 3 times in all of the matches. Not bad numbers, though, even against Nadal. Lost serve 6 times, but was able to save 10 break points of the 16 that he faced.
That was exquisite. Of course, that was the shot that saved the set point in the third set for Novak Djokovic. And it's another service hold in the blink of an eye for the world number 1. So pressure right back on the shoulders of the 5th seed.
Merci.
It's awesome play from both players, both utilising the full width of the court.
Well, I think you'd have to say, Pete, that the forehand by Tsitsipas is the one that's operating extremely well for him. He's getting plenty of benefit with it going up the line. Certainly reading Djokovic's cross-court forehand.
I think Tsitsipas would almost back himself against anyone with his forehand. That's why you see him move around the backhand so often. That one is confirmed as just wide, something that Tsitsipas likes to do quite often, actually. Take a look at the ball marks after the first serve.
Whoa! 30-0.
Thought it was going long and just didn't react to it. He's looking at it this long will mean it's probably caught the line. And that is confirmed by Aureli Torp.
It's a difficult area that he was trying to look for a mark. That's where approximately he stands to serve. Sure, there's plenty of marks there that they could have chosen from.
This is going to be the test today, isn't it, Mark? Can he keep his level?
Well, we thought 7 months ago that the reason he was behind 2 sets to love was, and on the edge of losing in 3 straight sets, was he was trying to play too well. Trying to finish points very quickly. But boy, he has learnt from that particular match. Plenty of patience and belief.
And that was actually something that Djokovic said in his pre-match presser. He said Tsitsipas has matured greatly over the last 7-8 months. I think he's got physically fitter too, which I think has helped him in the mental situations he's found himself in. So far, it's been mentally tough. The pressure again at 30-all. It's Tsitsipas who comes through the game.
Tsitsipas mène 3 jeux à 2.
The sarcastic thumbs up from Djokovic. It's the fifth seed who leads 3-2.
Just a replay of the two-handed miss, a shank by Djokovic. He's catching a ball a fraction too early.
Time. Merci.
Sumptuous. It's 2 from 2 now on the drop shot.
15-0.
Well, I was wondering whether we would see many of these drop shots by Djokovic, Pete. Simply because Tsitsipas doesn't always stand that far back. Certainly not as deep as Nadal. I don't think anyone is back that far. But given the wheels, the movement of Tsitsipas, it's a risk for Djokovic.
Still yet to lose a point on serve, Djokovic. He's only missed 1 first serve, 2. Just what you want if you are feeling it a little after the exploits of Nadal.
And he's not the biggest server as far as speed. Very efficient.
Yeah, what is it that he does do so well? Because it has been incredible, his numbers this year.
Well, I think he's reverted back to this numerous times he's bouncing the ball. Obviously going through some process there to just steady himself.
Third love service game in a row for the world #1. He said actually when he went 5 love down to Nadal that he felt fine, that he was hitting the ball okay. He just needed to find his groove. But he did talk about back end of that set being so important. It kind of feels like he's in his groove already in this final. As is Tsitsipas. It's been a red-hot start, full of quality. Both players serving well. A 6th ace already for the Greek player. That's fantastic from Tsitsipas. He knew what Djokovic was going to do and cut the angle off.
30-0.
Played the point with a purpose. It was a drop shot. First he came in to cover just in case that Djokovic was going to chip it up the line, but obviously aware that a lot of Europeans on clay, when they're running up to a drop shot, they usually respond with a little angle. Tsitsipas was there to cover the volley.
Oh, he's found the line.
30-15.
And let's have a look at this forehand. That one, it's up the middle, really, but the angle. Once it hits close to that sideline and it bounds outside the doubles alley.
What was that you were saying? About always going cross-court with the dink. As you see Djokovic take a tumble. Just hope he's okay.
And landing forward.
It's good news, he has just said he's okay. Had a nasty fall in the quarterfinals against Berrettini. He's going to have a few victory scars if he is to claim a 19th Grand Slam title.
Ooh. And quite fortunate that he got through between the net post and an advertising sign. So just getting caught with the shoot. At that area of the court, there's probably not a lot of use by the players sliding or playing in that area, and maybe the court clay is a little thicker. Certainly the tip of his shoe stuck in the surface.
It was as he went for the slide, Mark. Will that affect his confidence with going for the slide again?
Well, we saw in that Berrettini match, it wasn't played into the evening, but he certainly felt like up one end of the court, he was losing traction, and we saw it time and time again where he stumbled out to shots. Just maybe take a while for him to regather.
40-15.
Good to see, though, the great champion that he is, up and ready again.
Tsitsipas.
We've got some final on our hands here.
Changement de balle ramasseur,
The
s'il vous
hope
plaît.
for neutrals
Numéro
watching
11,
was
please.
that Tsitsipas wouldn't be overawed by the
Tsitsipas mène
occasion,
4 jeux à 3.
and that has certainly been the case. He is looking good and leads 4-3 first set. Just looking to get a new shirt, which you can understand that the clay will no doubt stick. Look at those serving numbers so far, Mark. Not bad.
It is quite remarkable that he has lifted. This is a final. He has played 6 matches to get to today, and he's up the ante in the serving department.
So there will be new balls as well after the sit down. It's been a start to a final that I think many would have hoped. The amounts of winners we've seen compared to unforced errors.
Time.
8 winners for Djokovic, 5 unforced errors, and 11 winners for Tsitsipas, 8 unforced errors. So, Mark, how do you assess the first 7 games in this final?
Well, we can't argue about Djokovic's performance. I think that's what we kind of expect from him, being the best player in the world, the #1 seed, but just a really mature start by Tsitsipas. It seems like he's taken on board the feedback from last year, not having to put the foot on the accelerator, not going for too much. He's just judging this start wonderfully well.
New balls for Djokovic, serving 3-4. Still yet to get a point on the board off the return. There is his first point off the return. And is there a danger mark that he's been holding serve too comfortably?
Well, if you're Tsitsipas, hopefully it's maybe going through his head that this can't go on in this manner. Surely Djokovic is going to come off of this high when he's serving.
Let's premier service.
Had to watch it carefully there, Djokovic. The slice backhand just creeping over the net.
35.
That one away. Not doing quite enough with the return, Tsitsipas.
45.
Stunned.
Well, it wasn't too bad. It had some length, but perhaps the direction. Djokovic just a step or two over to the forehand.
The most has been tested on serve so far, Djokovic, but he still passes the test. And it's 4-all first set.
Merci.
Mole a chant. Incidentally, Djokovic described that the atmosphere against Nadal is electric in the semi-finals. I'm looking over to the right my right-hand side, and I can still see that there's 4 guys in Serbian shirts, so I'm fairly certain we're there for the semis too. Djokovic does like to look after his fans, so I just wonder whether he's found a way to get those guys tickets for the final.
Well, they're in the same seats as well. Earlier in the tournament, they had a few extra seats around them.
Coolly done from Tsitsipas. Oh, it's wondrous. From the world number 5. Velvet touch. And then a sensational finish. And he's a game away from taking the first set in his first final.
I think when you pull a point off like this, Pete, chances are that you're seeing the ball, feeling the ball, not many nerves. Of course, they have to be there, but it's testing his movement. We've seen him come through the test of power, and there's a test of the touch, the feel, being able to just direct that cross court and then recover to play the forehand. Certainly seems like a belief in Tsitsipas that he could sustain this level. There's the net points won. And as far as Tsitsipas, he has been very strong in that area all tournament long.
Well, we keep talking about the great start that Steph Tsitsipas has made here with the pressure on his shoulders, no real signs of nerves, as Mark was just saying in the sit-down. Fortunate to spend quite a bit of time with him last summer and his team, and chatting to the coaching team, they just said they believed he would be a Grand Slam champion because he's so aloof and so unique. He's in his own world. He doesn't really feel nerves with regards to big occasions. He embraces the pressure, and we've seen that so far in this final. Djokovic now with the pressure on his shoulders, serving to stay in the set at 4-5. Well, would you believe it? There was a couple of missed overheads early on in the match against Nadal. And it did prove costly in the first set. How costly will this miss be?
And when you have been holding serve immaculately, all of a sudden at this point of the match, of the first set, just a one mistake, unforced error can be costly.
Oh, it's fabulous tennis once again all round.
Well, that was such a difficult shot for Djokovic. Had the mindset to, instead of trying to come over the ball, just change that grip slightly, come under it. A little easier for him to handle.
Out.
It's understandable, but Djokovic's first serve percentage finally starting to come down. And Tsitsipas taking full advantage.
Merci. S'il vous plaît. Merci. Les joueurs sont prêts, merci.
What a serve. And one that Tsitsipas did not pick.
Certainly didn't. It was at 171 Ks. Djokovic has been going for the corners on both sides of the court, very rarely been looking for the body serve.
Got the length. And he gets the point, Tsitsipas. Will he get the set?
30-40. Merci.
Set point. What a rally.
Had a bit of everything.
40.
The longest rally that we've played. And Djokovic coming out on top.
"25 shots. All of them under pressure at set point down for Djokovic. Has he made that? Tsitsipas running to the net. He wants it checked. And both Aurélie Taught and Djokovic are pointing that it is wide. I have to say, Djokovic usually very fair
Avantage
with the line
Djokovic.
calls. And Aurélie Taught one of the best in the business, hence why she's doing the final. So not needing to get down. Tsitsipas accepting the call. What a hold of serve from Djokovic. Under relentless pressure in the game. Saves the set point. And it's 5-all.
5 jeux partout.
Well, this is what Djokovic did against Nadal. As we see Jelena living and breathing every moment, as she always does. Spare a thought for her, Mark.
She's having to go through this seesaw of emotions, just like her husband.
My mum always told me it's tougher watching.
I think it is easier on the court. You know that. Well, my mum used to dig her fingernails into her own hands. You'd come off and see these marks. At least my wife didn't go to that extreme.
Time violation and a warning for Tsitsipas, but not even a flicker. Just got on with trying to hit his serve. He's someone who often plays quite close to the limit. 25 seconds in between the points. That's a rarity. That's what I was just about to say, Mark, was for me that the amazing thing that Djokovic did against Nadal was that the final 2 sets of that match, how few unforced errors he made. And that one was just a 5th off the forehand. Just felt like though he brought everything in. There's another pretty cheap point for Tsitsipas.
30
Well, the agility of Djokovic highlighted there in that rally. Still able to balance himself with a shonky bounce.
Tsitsipas still just taking his time. He's got to be a little careful with the shot clock.
Have a look at this. He gets the right leg out, so that's he's anchoring his weight, but it doesn't really come through to him.
How often do we see it, particularly with Novak Djokovic, saves a set point and then flips the script.
Certainly you could hear, it seemed that Tsitsipas was trying to give the ball a bit more of a strike. Wasn't able to find a little area or to penetrate the defense of Djokovic.
Well, it's so often fine margins that decide matches like this. But how often do those fine margins go in the favour of the great champion that is Novak Djokovic? Saves the set point and then breaks in the next game. And Mark, it is amazing in terms of how often we see it with Djokovic, that unique ability in those big moments to find his best.
Give us a little bit more time. When you call it, we are the opposite side of the court, and you call the time. We arrive here, we lost 20 seconds.
I cannot start this clock for that. When I press the score, it just goes stop.
Maybe you will wait a little bit.
For the score, I cannot wait. But
Well, this is actually interesting because it was Tsitsipas who was given the time violation warning, but it's Djokovic who's just saying, can you just hold the clock a little longer because we're feeling rushed. Not Tsitsipas asking that. He's the one with the warning. But you can understand the question because it's a raucous atmosphere out there. They've got to go and get the towels too. So for those of you that weren't with us for the sit-down, Djokovic actually being the one to ask the question to Aurelie Tort, just to give a little bit more before she starts the clock in the 25-second countdown. It was Tsitsipas who was given the warning in the previous game, but Djokovic the one saying, hey, just start that clock a little later. What do you make of that, Mark?
Well, similar comments to Rafa in the semi-final. I was asking for the chair umpire to just delay pushing that button. He certainly was quite vocal, was also hit with a time violation, but vocally was expressing his dismay that they were starting the clock so early. Made comments that he was very rushed.
Incidentally, it sounded like Aurelie Tort was saying she didn't have as much control of it, that she was just pushing the score and then the clock started naturally. But then Djokovic was saying, just hit the score a little bit later. The start he would have wanted, though, here for the world number one, serving for the set.
And stumbling once again. Just maybe the toe of his left shoe getting caught in the clay once again.
Again, seems to have some issues with his feet.
It is so difficult to play that drop shot when it's up around your shoulders. And even though he's been serving the first serve exceptionally well in this set, it's the second serve of Djokovic that now is taking a hit.
Two games ago, the first serve percentage was up in the 90s. It's now dropped to around 70. As you say, Mark, Tsitsipas taking full advantage of those second serves.
0-40.
Yeah, I never felt that Rafa, as well as what he does return generally, took advantage of those second serves from Djokovic. Tsitsipas doing a great job just getting around and
Les joueurs sont prêts. Merci.
Putting the pressure on. 3 break points for the world number 5. Composure from the world number 1.
15-40.
Tsitsipas breaks straight back, and we go to a tie break.
Si jeux partout. Jeu décisif.
Incidentally, Djokovic, prior to that extraordinary tie-break against Nadal a couple of days ago, was 0-3 in the tournament. with the tie breaks. He's 7-7 on the year. Tsitsipas has won all 3 tie breaks in these championships. As the Greek fans begin to get excited. He's got an excellent record on the year as well, 9-5.
Merci.
Wow.
2-0. Tsitsipas. Mesdames et messieurs, par respect pour les deux joueurs, merci de ne pas les encourager entre le premier et le deuxième service. Merci.
And all of a sudden, can't make a first serve.
At the first point of that previous service game, hasn't recovered.
2 from 10 now, behind the second serve. Simply gorgeous backhand from Tsitsipas. And it was one that Djokovic just couldn't deal with.
3-0. Tsitsipas.
And it's easy to panic when your opponent is moving around the baseline and you can see them not on balance. Djokovic at one stage, the racket hit the ground quite hard, but it never stopped the rhythm of Tsitsipas. Remained calm throughout that point.
Another thing I noticed about that point, Mark, was that Tsitsipas was the one who was tighter to the baseline.
Tsitsipas.
He's the one bossing proceedings right now. And what a hole Djokovic finds himself in this tiebreaker. This time it's Tsitsipas' turn to take a tumble. Thankfully, he's okay. Always worry about that hand, though, getting trapped here.
4-1. Tsitsipas.
You see that left hand does go down flat as well with palm. Help brace the fall.
Just sometimes wonder there, Mark, the worry is that they fall too hard on the hand.
Yeah.
And it snaps back. Thankfully, it seems okay. Sensational drop shot. So smart as well from Djokovic, realizing his opponent has just slipped coming forward, so why not get him to try and come forward again?
Yeah, and look at that rotation off the ball, off the surface. Once it hits, it moves further into the doubles alley. There was a time when Djokovic would incessantly play that drop shot to the same place that was executed.
Just how important is this first set, in particular for Tsitsipas, Mark? Does he have to win this to win the match?
It would certainly go a long way. I don't doubt that Djokovic, given the investment that he's made in this set, if he were to come out the losing end of it, that we'll see him bounce back. But for Tsitsipas, this is a level that's been a joy to watch. It'd be hard not for him to take that first set.
Is a stunner from Steph Tsitsipas. And what a time to come up with it.
5-2. Tsitsipas.
So much work to do. He's further wide than the tram lines. He's 3-4 feet behind the baseline. But boom. 2 points away now.
Tsitsipas being dragged to both corners of the court. Sliding to the extreme, trying to keep the point alive.
Well, you can maybe say he deserved the luck because it was Tsitsipas initially who'd had the luck in the point.
5-4. Tsitsipas.
And he opens up the racket face, even though that has clipped not just the frame, but I think the net as well. And you can only make it when the racket face is open enough. And he has squeaked out of those 2 points.
Can he find a first serve? Oh, he's nearly stolen the point. And Djokovic survives. I just wonder there, Mark, whether the forehand he was thinking about the Berrettini situation. Yes. It was a little conservative from the serve. For those of you that don't know, he missed a forehand, then a backhand at 5-4 in the tiebreaker against the Italian. From 4-love down, Djokovic has turned this tiebreaker around.
6-5. Djokovic.
And we saw this composure by Djokovic in the match against Rafa. Third set primarily had absolute control of that set, and it was Nadal who had set point first. Djokovic responding beautifully with an exquisite drop shot.
Is it going to be deja vu again? Oh, he's found the corner.
Wow. And applause by Djokovic. He must be floored.
Mark, it's like the third set between Djokovic and Nadal has just continued out here. you don't know which way this set is going to turn next.
Well, there weren't that many fluctuations until 4-all. Since it's been bouncing back and forth between these two.
Both have now at a set point. Both will feel they perhaps should have won this opening set. And as it is, it's 6-all in the tiebreaker. Who will have the next set point? Tsitsipas.
Set.
Holding her head is Jelena.
Tsitsipas.
Another high-quality return by Djokovic into the corner. How well did he defend it, Tsitsipas?
What an opening set of this final. Second set point for the world number 5. Well, there were question marks as to how Steph Tsitsipas would deal with the pressure of his first final. I think he just answered those questions emphatically. What a sensational set of tennis from the Greek player, who takes it on the breaker. And it's been an incredible start to this final. What a Roland-Garros Championships these have been. And I asked you the question at 6-all as they changed ends, how important it was for Tsitsipas to win that set. Well, he's gone and won that set now. So I'm going to ask you the question, how important is the start of this second set now for the world number 5?
Definitely doesn't want to, let go of that momentum that he snatched back. Don't forget that Djokovic created the first break of serve, stepped up to serve for the first set, unable to complete a solid serving game, given the level that he was serving throughout the early stages. But yeah, Tsitsipas doesn't want to let go of this momentum now.
So what's he got to be telling himself here at the sit-down, Mark?
I think just keep going with, don't let up. There's, obviously there is a breathing, some breathing room. They've played 69 minutes of, as I said, high-octane tennis. There is inevitable that there's going to be a slight lull at some stage, but who is going to provide that breathing space? Will it be Djokovic or will it be Tsitsipas? Will Tsitsipas be able to disguise his down moments by just holding serve, trying to stay level with Djokovic in the second set?
Is it the unthinkable? That's Rafael Nadal, Novak Djokovic.
0-15.
By beating him from a set down. That had never been done before at Roland-Garros. Can he come from a set down once again? Reminder, last time he won these championships, he did just that. In 2016, he lost the first set to Andy Murray before winning the next 3. Not the start he would have wanted, though, in this game. You've got to wonder as well just what is left in the tank. He had 16 hours and 42 minutes on court before this final. An hour and 14 minutes already on the clock in this final. Wow. It's like the first set never ended.
0-40.
Once more, Tsitsipas not really moving out of that juice court. Able to anticipate Djokovic's responses.
Premier service. Premier service.
I think we were thinking after the first set, a good start to the second set for Tsitsipas was just hanging with Djokovic. Well, he's gone one better already. He's broken the world #1 early. And all of a sudden, Tsitsipas in a great position to win his first ever Grand Slam. A long way left to go, but what a start he's made.
Yeah, and it's positioning himself. Clearly that this is a huge game ahead now for Tsitsipas. Try and consolidate. He's done plenty of work. And that's an issue right there, that graphic showing that Djokovic's second serve. No, not a bright area for him thus far in the match.
Well, Mark, back into that first set, how much do you feel it could possibly be related to the players that have beaten Novak, beaten Rafael Nadal here? They've never won the championships. And Djokovic said it was like climbing Mount Everest to beat Nadal. Here at Roland-Garros, that is. He's stolen the point again. Djokovic on the overhead, hitting it with no confidence whatsoever.
Well, he doesn't really move back to get the weight going into it. He lets the ball come down on him. Just really uses his arm. There's no body weight going forward. And then all sorts of trouble. He doesn't get any pace on it, allowing Tsitsipas drive that at his shoelaces.
Silky. velvet-like touch and feel from the world number one.
Not a lot that Tsitsipas could have done with this. This was a decent reply. And there's always moments in a match you've just got to say, too good.
Feeling good. And Mark, you just said to me off air, you're surprised he didn't change his shirt, but knowing Tsitsipas, I just wonder whether it's a superstition. He's just thinking, well, I played great at the end of the last set, so why change anything? And they're trying to get behind her husband. Need some inspiration from somewhere. How worried are you for her husband right now, Mark?
Rattled. I'm sure he is slightly rattled as well. Not that we can get inside the psyche of both players, but perhaps Djokovic relying upon, well, we've played a healthy amount of tennis, almost pushing the hour-and-a-half mark, and Tsitsipas's level has not really dropped. Dropped for a moment. Maybe Djokovic is hoping that if he can just keep sending that ball back with some depth, that's not necessarily with speed, but some authority, he will cause Tsitsipas to err.
As well with Djokovic, you mentioned their last meeting, and another set, breakdown. Tsitsipas served for the second set. It was a breakdown twice in the third set too, so he knows how to come back against Tsitsipas. You wonder the difference here with regards to what he's used up energy-wise. Finds the line, Tsitsipas, and that is some hold from the Greek. No real reaction from him either, which is good to see from his point of view. It all in perspective. Backs up the break for a 2-love lead. He's found the line, is he? Seems like Djokovic is going for the drop shot a lot more here. Are you worried it's because of fatigue? He's trying to shortcut the points, or just a change in tactics?
I'm more leaning towards, is he trying to take the legs out of Tsitsipas?
That's likely to be the best drop shot of the lot on the defense.
I'm not sure that he really meant it, so it played with intent. Oh, it's a pity that we just didn't see that reaction after the serve. And that was very similar to the way that he played the previous point. It just looks like he's struggling right now, Djokovic.
We almost saw what happened to Nadal as well after an epic tiebreak. His body and energy seemed to give away in that fourth set. Djokovic hit the wall, so to speak.
Oh, wow. A cheap point by Tsitsipas. How nice it would have been to make Djokovic play, just to test him out.
It's a vital service hold from the world number 1. Gets himself on the board in this second set, and it's 2-1.
Changement de ramasseur, s'il vous plaît. New balls, please.
Mark, I mean, it feels like eons ago, but we saw an extraordinary night match between Kopfer and Federer, and it looked for a while like Federer's legs had gone early in the second set, and yet he then seemed to just almost find a way to replenish in the games. Is that possibly what we're seeing here from Djokovic?
Yeah, Federer, I think by memory, just tried to take care of his service games, and was able to keep the set alive and then almost like rejuvenate. And maybe that's what we're just seeing with Novak. He's the one that's going through his lull at the moment. Probably thankful that he got through that game and sitting under the shade right now.
Time.
Well, said it was going to be fascinating, and it's certainly turned out to be that way so far. Djokovic on the ropes. But we've seen many times the great champion bounce back from those ropes. But as I mentioned before, no player who has beaten Rafael Nadal here at Roland-Garros has then gone on to win the championships. What does it take out of a player to get the better of the Spaniard here? Tsitsipas right now in control of the match, a set and a break, and with new balls. Suddenly Djokovic coming to life. He looked fresh moving to that backhand.
15.
Right open stance. Terrific core strength and balance as ever from the Serb. There wasn't much that needed to be done with that ball.
Tonkins.
Tsitsipas re-establishes the two-game cushion. All eyes, though, on Novak Djokovic right now. And, well, I've mentioned a few times what that match might have taken against Nadal from Djokovic, but Mark, you also have to wind back even further to the Berrettini encounter. The reaction we saw from Djokovic, he said after that match, it was a match that was just full of tension from start to finish. So, you know, he has had a long road here.
And take it back one round further again with Musetti, finding himself down 2 sets to love. Obviously steamrolled through the rest of that encounter, but it's just been a continual build-up. And the Rafa match from the very first game, there was tension. It never really decreased.
He's played an hour and a half more than Tsitsipas, but when you factor in the tension, as Mark was just saying, it feels like maybe a bit more than that. But he is a force of nature. Novak Djokovic, one of the greats of the game.
15-0.
And as we've said with Nadal, with Federer, write them off at your peril. Help him as if he can get the first serve going again, because it certainly seemed to leave him in the big moments at the back end of that first set. Maybe just expecting the ball to go long there. Tsitsipas finds the line. Djokovic.
Djokovic.
Quick fire love service hole for Djokovic.
Tsitsipas mène
hanging tough.
Time.
Beautifully poised. And this beautiful Parisian weather that we have had the last 2 weeks. And wonderful roof has only been closed once for one match in the whole 2 weeks. Had some red hot weather and some red hot tennis.
$15-0.
Just wondering, Pete, has Djokovic gone through a game in the second set where he hasn't thrown in the drop shot? Certainly coming more frequent.
Mark, when you play brutal matches, tough encounters, and you were struggling physically, did you ever think, right, I need to replenish the energy sources here within the match, so just shorten the points to then go for more later?
Yes, that was ideally the way for me to play. I mean, I wasn't the owner of a serve, certainly not as pacey as these two fellas compete in the final. So I had to work for my points, but I also was encouraging myself to actually finish the points with my forehand or up at net.
Tsitsipas.
I wish I had the pace of serve to win cheap points.
But with regards to seeing what Djokovic is doing, it feels like he's shortening points to, well, I'm sure that the Djokovic fans are hoping that then he'll get more energy later.
And it works for twofold. Maybe he's trying to take the legs away from Tsitsipas, but also keeping those points shorter, trying to take the edge off of Tsitsipas.
Suddenly the games and the points have got a lot quicker.
Well, and maybe he's realised that in the first set, these guys were toe-to-toe. Djokovic was winning his service games breezily behind the first serve, but when they got into those extended rallies, he wasn't winning. There's no advantage to the #1 player.
Superb return.
15 ans.
I feel Djokovic walking a tightrope right now. Tsitsipas can steal another break. It's a long, long way back.
Yeah. Oh, that insurance break would be massive for the #5 seed.
Oh, and he's stolen that point. What physicality from Steph Tsitsipas.
Had to change direction. Have a look, he's going to the other side of the court and still able to plant those feet on the ground and get to the drop shot.
Well, I said to you before this match, Mark, for me, one of the biggest things that's improved has been his athleticism and fitness. How much will it count for today? He looks the fresher.
And there's another short
15-40.
point wanting to be played by Djokovic.
2 break points for Tsitsipas.
Very little time by Djokovic. Up, ready to go again.
That's dropped wide. I think the Greek fans, and probably everyone around the world watching this match, just held their breath. And that ball popped up, including Tsitsipas. Whisker away from a double break lead. But he will get another chance.
Avantage, Tsitsipas.
Well, I'm really enjoying where the court position is for Tsitsipas today. Just 4 or 5 feet behind the baseline, but he is anticipating so well.
Let premier service.
Tsitsipas gets a second break and strengthens his grip on this final. He looks fresher, fitter. Is he ready? That's the question. 5-2.
Well, I thought this might have been a little too conservative by Tsitsipas, but he gets the ball back into play. He's asking the question, and Djokovic certainly rifling that forehand and barely missing the top of the tape. But it's the impact now that Tsitsipas in his favour. There's the winners' unforced errors ratio. That is tidy play by the number 5 seed today.
Truly amazing, really, isn't it? In terms of player playing in their first ever Grand Slam final. I mean, I'm just trying to look at other records. Djokovic lost his first final, US Open, to Federer. Nadal won his first, but he dropped the first set to Puerta. But this has to be up there with best ever Grand Slam final debut. We're just seeing the numbers there, Mark, weren't we, the sit-down, the unforced errors compared to the winners. 26 winners to 12 unforced errors from Tsitsipas against one of the greatest players of all time. And he's done it on the big stage in his first Grand Slam final. The question is, can he keep it going? On the precipice of a 2-sets-to-love lead. 5-2. Tsitsipas here, surely you just rub it out and move on.
Well, let's hope he was just circling the mark and saying, this is the one, can you please make a decision? Otherwise, it kind of comes across that he's just trying to hook the point. But it looks like that he has just moved on, Pete, so follows up with a first serve and a missed return by Djokovic.
Worrying times. Novak Djokovic right now.
Yep. And in boxing terms, it's like they've started in the ring the first round, but these heavy punches, blows that Tsitsipas has made on Djokovic's game. Have certainly taken a toll on the number 1 seed.
The good news for him is that this set has only taken 31 minutes. Tsitsipas with 2 set points. He's a set away from fulfilling a dream. Steph Tsitsipas takes the second set by 6 games to 2. Well, what a final this has been. First set in particular, it was a double whammy as far as Tsitsipas was concerned. The fact he was able to take it, but it seemed to take so much out of Novak Djokovic. But a change of clothes for the world number 1, and he'll be hoping for a change of fortune to start this 3rd set. Anything you'd like to see him do differently in this set if he has the energy, Mark?
30-0.
Well, the way that he started out serving, a high percentage of first serves into play, not losing points. I think it's just coincided with generally how he's feeling as he got into that first set. So the level of serves started to wane. He hasn't been able to shake free since losing serve at 6-5. In the first set, it's been a real struggle physically for Djokovic.
There's been a change of shirt and change of shorts for Djokovic. There's also been a change in his box, because we were struggling to find where Jelena was sitting, but she's moved back to where she was sat for that Nadal win. So you know how tennis players are superstitious, as are, I'm sure, wives and mums. It's a good first game from the serve. And if you know about Djokovic here, Mark, are you telling yourself and reminding yourself the efforts it's taken Tsitsipas to get to this point too, that maybe his wall isn't too far away?
Exactly. You can't just go revert to looking inward and starting to doubt, you know, well, I'm feeling it. You've got to take into and have a sense of what's happening up the other end. Know that it certainly must have taken something out of Tsitsipas. When will he hit the wall? Certainly there's going to be moments where we would figure, as this third set maybe gets a little closer, if Tsitsipas reaches close to that finishing line, that will there be doubts for him? And is that the moment that Djokovic can maybe pounce?
That's a fantastic point. Off the back foot, the backhand wondrous again for Tsitsipas.
15-0.
But we have to recognize as well that the huge mountain that Djokovic climbed in the semi-finals, this climb is going to be just as big.
30-0.
Tsitsipas has beaten Roger Federer at a Grand Slam, Australian Open 2019. He's beaten Rafael Nadal at a Grand Slam. That was this year at the Australian Open, from 2-0 down. Of course, has beaten Daniil Medvedev, the world #2, this tournament. One player missing. Novak Djokovic. He's beaten him twice before, but never at a Grand Slam. It's a sensational return.
40-30. Tsitsipas.
Another game closer.
Un jeu partout.
That's the Greek fans who initially were making the noise, but the Serbian fans have responded too. Fantastic that we have the fans in. FFT have done a brilliant job here in these difficult times, ensuring that we have had some sensational atmospheres throughout all the matches. Called long, and it is in. Shaking the head from Djokovic. Not sure what he was unhappy with, whether it's Tsitsipas not saying, okay, it's caught the line, to say you've already taught a job. Coolly done. And it's that forehand that he used so brilliantly against Nadal.
Yeah, just finds that apex of the service box. Just continues outside of the court completely. Still hitting the ball firmly is Tsitsipas.
Comes through another game.
Djokovic.
Vital hold for Djokovic. Doesn't want to make the hole any deeper. Leads 2-1 in the third.
So Tsitsipas, slight edge in the first serve, the average first serve speeds. And made a few comments in the previous semi-final, Djokovic and Nadal. On the change of ends, it looks like Nadal was really hurting on the change of ends, sweating profusely. Djokovic looks cool today. It's Tsitsipas who certainly looks the calmer of the two competitors.
Seemingly on the radio there, just wondering.
Time.
That was 4. Just saying at the sit-down, it's Tsitsipas who looks the calmer, more together. We saw Djokovic with a towel over his head the majority of that sit-down. Wind has picked up as well. So I went for a walk this morning and there was a lot of breeze about. Just another factor into this fascinating final. From Tsitsipas. And for those of you wondering, by the way, if you only watch the Grand Slams, you don't watch much tennis in and around it, you may be surprised by the performance you're seeing from the Greek star. And a reminder that he leads the ATP Tour race for Turin. He's won way more matches than anyone else this year. He's looking for a 40th match win of the season. That's he's already 10 more than the closest player to him, which is Casper Ruud. He's made winning a habit in 2021. And I already mentioned earlier how he spoke before he faced Djokovic in Rome, saying that if I keep my level the same, I will be very competitive. I think he has the belief. It's still an almighty task psychologically ahead for him. So far, he just continues to do the job.
Well, that's that winning feeling. Nothing beats winning. You learn how to navigate your way through tournaments, week-long events. Getting to Roland-Garros here, where it is a best-of-5 set format. 39-8 is his record year to date.
And actually, both players, a little unusual because they've both come in winning tournaments prior to getting here. So they're on a 10-match win streak. And the reason I say it's a little unusual, usually it's Rome and then a week break, and then they get here. But Djokovic choosing to play in Belgrade the week before. Oh, that's a Novak Djokovic classic. Needs a few more of those.
And perhaps understandable that Novak competes in Belgrade, wanting to support both Belgrade 1 and 2 in his clay court preparation. And Tsitsipas going off and playing in Lyon, winning that quite comfortably.
Said about his trip to Belgrade that being around family, being at home, helped him relax, feel great, able to do things he's not able to do in other parts of the world. Allowed him to refresh and be ready for Roland-Garros. It certainly worked, but again, you wonder, the week before, energy reserves in the tank. Is it taking its toll in this final? Here's a chance, though, for him to perhaps steal a break in this third set. Missed the backhand. He hasn't missed too many shots like that, Tsitsipas.
Courageous second serve it was that he sent down. But the backhand providing Djokovic some hope here.
Break point. Just weaving his web at just the right time, Tsitsipas. And what a way to save the break point.
Again, it's such courage. This is break point down, but he went out after the rally ball, played the drop shot with precision, knowing that the point is going to probably keep going, and stays cool with the forehand pass.
But Djokovic comes right back at him. Suddenly, the intensity's gone up.
And Djokovic.
Looks like Djokovic has now settled back into this, that a couple of games had some wobbles.
Rock solid.
Oh, and they are two difficult overheads. Given the scoreboard as well as the Djokovic throwing them up so high. Handled nicely.
He's invested a lot in this game, Djokovic.
Avantage in Djokovic.
His team are on their feet, and the majority of them are anyway. They believe this is the moment he can get back into this final. Third break point. But it's brilliantly saved once again by Tsitsipas.
Égalité.
Are you sure he hasn't done this before?
He's read the book. He's got the script, and he's answering.
Tsitsipas has said he used to watch this tournament as a child. Every year, dream about playing on this stage. He's the type of person who will visualize. I know that. He's into his philosophy. These are monumental moments. Djokovic knocking at the door again. He's missed it. Tsitsipas hanging on and still hangs in the game.
And I think he'd given up the point, Pete. Tsitsipas, he was prepared to let Djokovic have this. He made no move.
And just how big a miss could that forehand be?
I wonder how the legs of Tsitsipas, is he going to be able to get up and hit a couple of serves?
Well, that's not a bad one.
Avantage.
And again, you wonder how much this game will have taken out of Djokovic if he doesn't break, physically and mentally. set the points up beautifully on his last break point. But now it's Tsitsipas's turn to try and wriggle out of the game. Still we go on. And that was a tired-looking slice from the Greek player.
Égalité.
Oh, I wonder whether he felt that, or hoping that it would go wide.
Physio in the light blue, Patrick Mouratoglou on the left, his dad Apostolos on the right. Saved his life a few years ago, his father at sea.
The number one player
Djokovic.
making a charge right now. He's expecting a break of serve. He's playing for that break of serve.
Break point number 5. He's been on the ropes, but this time it's Djokovic who lands a blow.
S'il vous plaît, new balls, please.
Breaks first in the third set, and there is still hope of a 19th Grand Slam title. Is it the start of a comeback for the world number 1? And Mark, if he was to turn this match around and win the title, with everything that's happened in the tournament, would it be his greatest feat when you consider what he's already achieved in the game?
Let's get to talk about that in the 5th, if we get there. There's a long road still to travel.
And he knows it.
Yeah.
I just love a hypothetical every now and then.
Court position, healthy for Djokovic. He's rejuvenated, revitalized. Back to that strong ball striking. Tsitsipas is now going through that fatigue level, drifting back in some of these rallies.
Wonderful play once again. Talked about being in his groove. Going 5-love down against Nadal, you kind of get the feeling Djokovic is finding his groove here. Albeit 2 sets to love down.
Tompkins.
sets up the break.
Djokovic.
And there's a different feeling about this final.
Djokovic mène 4-1.
Djokovic leads 4-1 in the third. And if you're Steph Tsitsipas here, Mark, is he thinking perhaps about conserving a bit of energy and maybe going again in set 4?
Well, 4-1 sounds like it's a big gap, but it's the one service break. Depending on how he is certainly feeling right now, Tsitsipas still looks pretty calm. Certainly has done a lot of work in those last 2 games, on his service game in particular, but I think test the temperature out, come around, see how you go with these next couple of games before thinking, do I start conserving for set 4?
Time.
It has been some edition, hasn't it? 125th Roland-Garros Championships. So many unexpected twists and turns, and it's simply sublime tennis. Tsitsipas looking for a bit of a turn in this set, trailing 1-4. Just a second double. Which is, as I say, usually very good with regards to the ball marks. But Tsitsipas always, it doesn't matter who he's playing, tends to want the umpire to check them. Really taught getting that one right. Second serve.
That's 3 of 11 second serves in this set. Unforced errors, of course, are starting to mount as well.
That's a big hold. 2 double faults. Djokovic can't take advantage. You can hear the noise from Tsitsipas. All positivity.
Yeah, he's just got to shake that off. Huge game for him to come back and hold. As you said, firing, or not firing, they were misfires, the double faults. But somewhat of an easier game. There weren't too many elongated points. Maybe to mount the challenge here, Tsitsipas.
fortunate enough to watch Tsitsipas throughout his young career. I said to you, I see Djokovic get frustrated here. I said to you off air about the character of him, and for me, it was shown when he played the Next Gen finals a few years ago. He was the big favourite. He nearly qualified for the ATP finals in London. He was well ahead of the rest of the pack, but still chose to play it, turned up, won the tournament. He doesn't shirk a challenge. Happy to put himself in positions to fail. Stand up to those challenges. Frustrated with that miss, though. Sudden, it's Tsitsipas who looks a little fresher and dictating the play.
15-30.
Well, that's a shame for Tsitsipas, hoping to see a second serve. But also a blessing for Djokovic. He gets to reset.
Masterful from one of the masters.
Feel like that end, Djokovic is against a slight breeze, and so he's just played it up, and what wind is at court level, just holding it up beautifully.
Oh, he's dipped that one onto the baseline.
Djokovic.
And this time it's a gutsy service hold from Djokovic, who is a game away from taking this set. Leads by 5 games to 2.
Time.
It's another beautiful day. Eiffel Tower in the background, sun beaming down. A spectacular sporting occasion that everyone in Chatrier is witnessing right now. Tsitsipas looking to become the first player from Greece to win a Grand Slam. So history would be made today. We didn't know which type of history. Right now, serving to stay in this set, 2-5. Read the play and steals the point.
0 temps.
Certainly there with plenty of time, Djokovic. Tsitsipas rushing through his forehand cross-court. In a bit of a pinch now.
Didn't play the drop shot as well as he would have liked. Maybe lost his footing, Djokovic. And Tsitsipas able to take advantage.
15-30.
Djokovic's return of serve. It's not heavy enough, allowing Tsitsipas a cheap point.
Fabulous reactions. Hand skills from the heavens.
Well, it's huge for Tsitsipas after making this get that he's recovering pretty quickly. He knows that the volley has got to go cross-court. And the racket is out in front.
Gets out of trouble from love 30 down. Talked about Djokovic being on the ropes earlier. Getting a punch in. That is some recovery from the world number 5. Looked for all the world like this was going to be Djokovic's set, but there is still work to be done for the world number 1. Serving for the set. Now at 5-3. Oh, that is sublime.
Well, not often today have we seen Djokovic win these battles. That forehand up the line. I think more often than not, Pete, he's been dragging it cross court, and it's been Tsitsipas who has pulled the trigger first up the line with success.
Great controlled aggression from the great champion. Once again, watching two heavyweights go at it. It's Tsitsipas who lands.
35.
Brushing part of that line, and Stefanos' father just giving him more encouragement.
Premier service.
Up love 30 in the previous game.
30.
30 love in this game. Third double for Djokovic. How costly will it be?
See if he continues with this wide serve on the juice court, trying to open up for the next shot.
Bazooka of a forehand from Djokovic, and even though he was out of position, it was too hot to handle for Tsitsipas.
Amazing. That was a quality return by Tsitsipas. You just can't believe that his forehand was long.
Set point Djokovic. This extraordinary final will go on. Can Novak Djokovic mount another incredible comeback? He's made a good start. He's taken the third set by 6 games to 3. Fourth set can finally begin. Be a bit careful here, Tsitsipas, because he's only been given 1 time warning.
Quatrième manche. Au service Tsitsipas.
Tsitsipas finally ready. I don't think Djokovic will have minded. A chance to sit back and get some air in the lungs. So a fourth set to begin.
0-15.
Djokovic looking refreshed at the start of this game.
0-30.
Yeah, maybe just given the fatigue factor for Tsitsipas, that second serve, not as pacey. Just giving that momentary extra time for Djokovic to hit penetrating returns.
15-30.
He's overcooked that forehand. Just the one break that was needed in the previous set.
15-40.
There's a chance for Djokovic to pick up an early break in the fourth. The 18-time Grand Slam champion does break early.
Premier jeu, quatrième manche.
And the momentum continues for the world #1. And Mark, we so often talk about faking it to make it in this sport. And what you give off to your opponent. And what did you make of Tsitsipas just having that treatment there in front of Djokovic after dropping the third?
Well, I mean, we're going to assume that there is a little tightness there. I mean, he has been pushed from corner to corner, and, you know, it just seemed like that he was getting manipulated there just to perhaps loosen up. He's probably feeling a little tight, but boy, he's going to be tighter right now. That was a massive game for Tsitsipas to hand over. Some errors coming from his end of the court to provide a break of serve. If he was looking for relief, it didn't come.
Every game from here on in is huge, but this one perhaps even more so. It's been something that Djokovic has struggled with in this tournament. A few times when he has been broken back. Happened against Nadal repeatedly, and against Musetti as well in set 2. Forehands like that will help.
15.
Have a look at that bounce. Djokovic probably sizing that point up, realizing that Tsitsipas is back maybe 1 or 2 steps. Behind the baseline, he's
30.
not as close to the baseline to return these serves, Tsitsipas.
45.
Once again, the return of Tsitsipas, not doing enough damage, not finding any real direction. And Djokovic is inside the baseline to take care of it. And another.
Djokovic.
It's another step up the mountain.
Djokovic mène 2-0.
Backs up the break for a 2-love lead. And talking of climbing mountains, Djokovic has come from 2 sets to love down 5 times in his career. It's more than most. Threatening to do so again. A stunner of a return. Hates the line.
0-15. Merci.
Oh, he just can't miss right now. Even the miss hits are finding the lines. And these are worrying times for the man from Greece. Djokovic looking skywards. He knows he's got his man in trouble here. Type of backhand you don't expect him to miss.
And much like it was for Tsitsipas in the second set, trying to pick up the second service break, an insurance break for Djokovic.
Breakpoint Djokovic. Wow. Just mistimed it.
45.
Back-to-back sloppy points. First Tsitsipas's miss, and then Djokovic missing his return.
Merci.
Just put a little asterisk incidentally by that missed backhand return. How big that could be in this set.
Tsitsipas.
Tsitsipas digging in.
Just the reaction time now by Tsitsipas is off. Certainly not as sharp as he was in the first 2 sets. In full flow was the number 5 seed, very fresh.
He's made it. And this time it's Tsitsipas who comes out on top of that little duel.
Avantage Tsitsipas.
This time, it's Djokovic who makes it. Anything you can do, I can do better, says the Serb.
So went about that game point a little differently. Tsitsipas, that was an off-pace serve, trying to get the bounce up high onto Djokovic. And we haven't seen that exchange for a long while, Pete, it seems. The rally ball cross-court from backhand to backhand. Tsitsipas successful early on with that drive up the line. Pushing it wide on this occasion.
And it's another chance for Djokovic to strike. Again, it's the type of ball you just don't expect Djokovic to miss.
Égalité.
He can play backhands in his sleep. It's 3 now in this game on break point that he hasn't made. All makeable. Looked like Tsitsipas was a little out on his feet midway through this game. What a lift he would get if he was able to come through it. 47th winner for the Greek. But still we go on.
Égalité.
Another 7 minutes. Pivotal game. Vintage Novak Djokovic, the stretch backhand, and then the beauty up the line.
Avantage, Djokovic.
Can he play a point like that on the break point? That's the question. Amazing. As Djokovic breaks again. A moderate celebration from the world number 1. But he goes a double break up in set 4. And Mark, I know you love your analysis. Both of them sitting down. It certainly looks and feels now like it's Tsitsipas who's sweating more and struggling more.
And perhaps it's time for Tsitsipas to make a quick decision here. How engaged does he remain in this 4th set to prepare mentally for the 5th? Obviously, he is a shade or 2 below that what he began this match with, and I just think that the problem being if he does stay involved here, it's going to hurt him for the 5th.
Time.
Well, Mark at the sit-down just saying that if he stays involved possibly here, then it might hurt him for the 5th with regards to Tsitsipas. What would you do in his situation, or is that impossible to answer?
Well, I know that it wasn't something that I was myself personally would, oh yes, I'm just going to let go of this set and address. I was a trier, but I had to work hard in my the way that I played. But it just, you know, I think it would be a sound piece of advice for Tsitsipas, really, to just, okay, just let this one go. A double break, I think, is more or less insurmountable in this 4th set.
Would you maybe go this game? If you get the break back straight away, suddenly it's different?
Test it out. Maybe just have a swing. You know, try to start prepping for the 5th set. It was a very mediocre start to set 4 by Tsitsipas, losing that opening serve, and that's just opened the door for the #1 seed.
Last time we had a 5-setter here, incidentally, if we are heading that way, you have to go pre-Rafa era. The last final was staged before Rafael Nadal stepped onto the courts here, in the senior championships anyway. Gaston Gaudio coming from 2-0 down against Guillermo Coria. Are we heading to a 5th set for the first time since 2004? The Roland-Garros final. Perfect game for Novak Djokovic.
Ramasseur, s'il vous plaît. New balls, please.
No fuss.
Djokovic mène 4-0.
Into the 4th hour of this extraordinary final. Yes, it's had ups and downs with regards to quality, with regards to drama, and what we're witnessing with also what both of these players have put in throughout the tournament. Mind you, again, pre-match, Novak Djokovic had spent 16 hours and 42 minutes on court. Tsitsipas, 15 hours and 12 minutes. These two have been gargantuan. What they have produced here in limited reserves. And Tsitsipas got one last push, perhaps in the 5th. Love 4.
Well, this is a moment now for Tsitsipas to maybe have a look at holding serve. Try to start building a bit more momentum behind that each of his service games.
Does he change anything tactically, Mark, for you? Or is this purely down to energy and what he has left?
Yeah, his weight of shot. We've seen the second serve take a bit of a beating. Djokovic's level has plateaued at a level that Tsitsipas, unfortunately, hasn't been able to match. He's now dropped
40-0.
I think physically, emotionally, below the bar that Djokovic has set.
Gets himself on the board, Tsitsipas. And there's a real rarity, 2 quick games.
Djokovic mène 4-1.
So often you see it after a lung buster, which we had in the 3rd game of this set. Well, everyone outside transfixed, as we are on Chatrier, for what we are witnessing. What a conclusion to a sublime championships. Mark, you've witnessed more Roland-Garros championships than I have. It's up there with the best of them for you right now?
Certainly plenty of drama. The quality has been exceptional, the way that they both started out. And we're going to have an exciting finish to this match, obviously, with a 5th set. I feel quite certain that that's what we'll be seeing.
Djokovic, right now, surely it's about keeping his concentration. As the 5th set is close. Remember, of course, when he went love 5 down against Nadal, that was when the match actually turned. Tsitsipas will be probably hoping he can do something similar here.
15-0.
4th ace for Djokovic.
$30-0.
Just trying to keep the point short. Tsitsipas. Nice try, but he's still off balance when he was making that forehand volley.
Much energy used up by either player in that game. Djokovic a game away, pushing us to a decider. Superb. More points like that.
15-0.
Yeah, getting Djokovic off the court. Rare occasion in set 4.
Just magnificent tennis, turning defense into attack in just a couple of shots.
15.
Yeah, no, look, it's only a fraction, but it is just enough. The weight of shot from Tsitsipas's racket is just starting to lower, giving Djokovic plenty of time. What looks like plenty of time. He's making it look very easy right now, the #1 player.
How important is this game, Mark, when you consider serving first in perhaps the 5th?
Well, again, you're speaking to a fella who really, in the 5th set, the advantage, I think the psychological advantage of serving first, key for Tsitsipas.
Stats, incidentally, on that are pretty much bang even with regards to who serves first. You just wonder with 2 warriors, 2 greats. Tsitsipas not quite a great yet, maybe soon to be. One's off serving first in the 5th. Late call. Djokovic not even wanting it checked.
45. Tsitsipas.
It's an important hold.
Djokovic
might mean that he gets to serve first in the deciding set, if we go there. Players looking quite calm and collected to sit down. I'm sure those watching at home are less calm. I don't know about you, Mark. I'm so excited about the 5th set. If we get there.
Ooh, it sounds like you're doubting.
No, I mean, it looks like we are heading there, doesn't it? But you just never, with what we've witnessed over the last 2 weeks, you just never know in this amazing sport. So many upsets, of course, in the women's event. 2 surprise finalists, 2 unseeded players. And of course, the greatest of all at Roland-Garros, Rafael Nadal, losing to an opponent for the first time ever from a set-up, and for the first time ever losing to the same opponent here at Roland-Garros. You can see the stress on the face of the likes of Apostolos, Tsitsipas' father, what he's going through right now. The amazing thing there, he didn't look like he was talking, which I think tells its own story. I don't think I've ever seen him like that. But these are extraordinary situations. Djokovic serving for the 4th, 5-2. Bad way to start.
15-0.
And I tell you, the big difference, Mark, it's been Jelena moving positions. That's what's changed everything.
A bit more balance in that player box.
45.
Big serve. And a big time. It's 2 set points for Novak Djokovic. Beautifully done. And it will be a 1-set shootout for the title. Djokovic takes the 4th, 6 games to 2. Now, listen to this amazing Chatrier crowd. They have lit up this tournament, particularly the back end of it, when we've had 5,000 fans in this wonderful arena. Both the Greek fans and the Serbian fans have added so much to this final. But who will be cheering come the end of it? It will be Tsitsipas to get this 5th set underway.
Merci.
And just as a reminder, Pete, at 2 sets all, Tsitsipas had surrendered the first service game in sets 3 and 4. He went down love 40 to Zverev in the 5th set and then snapped out of it. He opened up, he started to play aggressively and got home.
Superb point. Is that the right tactic, though, from Tsitsipas to play more front foot tennis? Because he was winning the longer rallies earlier on.
Yeah, and at the moment, he's reacting. The weight of shot from Djokovic is causing him to defend and come under the ball. We saw pushed out wide to that forehand.
It's amazing, isn't it? This sport just felt like we were in a bit of a lull. We were waiting for the 5th set to begin. And they've both upped the ante already in the first 3 points.
Les joueurs sont prêts. Merci.
Yeah. The first serve, key for Tsitsipas. Again, that power of positive thinking to be around that baseline, if not inside the baseline, and force Djokovic back.
Is it going to happen again? Djokovic threatening an early break for the 3rd set running. Well, we hadn't really seen a slice backhand from Djokovic for some time, but how well did Tsitsipas deal with it?
Yeah, bending down, staying low, 6'4" frame. That's a 203K first serve. But it's not necessary that he continue trying to redline the serve. Standing out a little wider here. Maybe try the kicker serve. Oh, going with the flat.
This is a monumental game. Take you back to the first game of the match. I know that's eons ago. And if you remember, Tsitsipas saved 2 break points in his opening service game. They were the only break points he faced until the back end of the set. It did prove to be pivotal. The set that he went on to win. He's made of stern stuff. We've already seen that throughout this tournament. Aggressive second serve, and he's rewarded. What a hold that is from Steph Tsitsipas. This time, he does hang on and edges in front in this deciding set.
That is a massive game just there. Super important for Tsitsipas to get on the board and rebalance. It's the first time that he is back in front.
At the moment, it feels like it's the Greek fans you can hear a little more. And maybe they helped him in that game. Euro 2020 is going on as we speak. It feels like it's happening here on Chatrier. The fans in the stadium. Djokovic's turn to feel the pressure.
$15-0.
Incidentally, Djokovic's 5-set career record, 34 wins, 10 losses. Tsitsipas won 5, lost 4. The experience certainly on the side of the Serb with regards to Grand Slam finals and 5th set encounters. Push that one.
35. Merci. S'il vous plaît. 40-15.
Well, perhaps too many of these shots from Tsitsipas. Now starting to go down the court, Pete. He spoke so highly of his ability in the first 2 sets to be able to get the ball cross-court, going outside the court.
Overcooks it. That time, though, Mark Tsitsipas utilising the angle.
Yeah. Yeah, he was just able to get the forehand to a solid angle.
Merci. Merci. Djokovic.
It's well held by Djokovic, and it's 1-1 in the 5th. Incidentally, out of his previous 28 Grand Slam finals, 6 of them have gone the distance. He's won 5 of the previous 6. The only one he lost was to Andy Murray at the US Open in 2012, and that was the only one where he was 2-0 down and brought it back. So he's never come from 2-0 down and won in a Grand Slam final. There's not many things he hasn't done in the sport, Mark, but it would be yet another first.
Yeah.
15-0.
Incidentally, he's won every other 5-setter in the final. His most recent against Dominic Thiem at the Australian Open, where he did come from 2-1 down. It was in 2020. Superhuman from someone who seems otherworldly on the tennis court. How did he get there? And then how did he play this shot?
And there's not a lot of room, space for him to move the ball into, but he found some.
Where did he get the energy from? 3 hours and 30 minutes on the clock. And how big a point could that be? A very good second serve.
Was quality. I think at the moment, the players are going to have to make some adjustments. You can see in this picture that half the court is in shade, the other still basked in sunlight, and Djokovic was returning in the shade, having to watch the ball come from sunlight.
Oh, he's overcooked it this time. Just cannot say enough about Steph Tsitsipas and his attitude, his belief, his willpower to fight back. We saw it in the semi-finals, and we're seeing it here in this game. Under so much pressure, but a chance for a 2-1 lead. What a return. Got it right that time.
40.
Just easy power from Djokovic, well timed.
Found the baseline. Djokovic can't believe it.
By an inch.
Avantage, Tsitsipas.
Well, this is the first in some time that he's been able to pull the trigger.
We're just privileged to be witnessing what we are seeing from both players.
Égalité.
But Tsitsipas saying that he will give every ounce of his body and will to this match. And he is being tested in this game right here. Does not want to surrender a service break.
Sport at its finest right now. Two players who have just given so much. Perhaps at the end of their range, energy-wise. But they keep finding something. It was a devilish slice. And here's another chance for Novak Djokovic to get the first break in this fifth set. It looked impossible at 2 sets to love down, but now it's Novak Djokovic who can see the finish line and perhaps see a 19th Grand Slam title. He breaks first in the fifth. And Mark, I wonder what's going through your mind. You seem a lot more still than I am. I'm fidgeting all over the place watching this because it is just, again, run out of superlatives to describe what we're seeing, but also from Novak Djokovic's point of view, what he does time and time again on the tennis court.
Well, we haven't seen it all that often for him to recover from this sticky situation. But has certainly been able to retain his stronghold on this match. Would overcome that bump in set number 3. And now the Serbian fans, you can hear
keep saying it, but I'm so blessed to have players like Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, and Novak Djokovic who have pushed our sport to almost unthinkable levels. We often talk about how they have pushed each other on, and same as Tsitsipas, he said he's privileged to be able to play against someone who will push him to his limit. And he's certainly pushed Djokovic to the limit. And there's still plenty to go in this fifth set. But it's Djokovic with the break and the 2-1 lead. Beginning to look a little ragged. Tsitsipas trying to get himself fired up.
And maybe that's what he needs to do, is just have a good talk to himself. We've seen it periodically through the tournament. But without giving energy towards it, that affects his play in a negative way. And still, there's just a lot going up the middle of the court. He's trying to keep the point alive, keep himself in this match, but providing time for Djokovic to load up.
Djokovic.
Superb game from Djokovic. So, Mark, it's that time. I will ask the question. If he goes on to come from 2 sets to love down and win this match and win the title, his 19th Grand Slam, would this be the most remarkable achievement in all of Novak Djokovic's career?
Well, it would certainly rate up there. I mean, for him to survive the 5-setter, bounce back against Rafa, and then a 2-set deficit, I mean, I'm sure that he would elevate this as one of his greatest achievements.
Tsitsipas isn't done.
15-0.
First serve looking pale for Tsitsipas.
Merci de ne pas faire d'annonce avant la fin du point.
It's a whipper of a winner from Djokovic.
35.
Again, trying to get some penetration on the approach shot. Tsitsipas. Devilish once again by Djokovic.
No. I understand him using that. Djokovic was well back in the court. He can't execute.
It's a forehand that has been hurting many opponents in this tournament. Trying to help it over the net, unsuccessfully.
Not this time for Djokovic on the pass. He knows that Tsitsipas is on the ropes once again, looking to turn the screw. Tsitsipas looking to stop the rot.
Let premier service.
It's the first game in 4 for Tsitsipas as he hangs on and hangs in.
New balls, please.
Vital service hold for the world number 5.
Well, big difference in that game, Pete, was the first serve starting to land for Tsitsipas.
Guys, come on. Late for 4 hours.
Profile winners. Forehand has been dominant for Tsitsipas all tournament long. But can he find enough energy in the next 20 to 30 minutes?
Well, discussion going on at the sit-down because the lights have just come on. Something that we have seen. And they are put on time and time again pretty early here on Shatra, even though there's 3 hours of daylight left, which is what Novak Djokovic was just saying to Aureli Talk. Why now? Because as Mark Woodford said yesterday, they are very bright when you are down there on the court. But the shade has now taken over most of the court, so that's why the organisation feel that they need to put the lights on. It's something that we have seen every time we've got close to 7 p.m. every day. It is something a little different. Djokovic asking the question, but probably not getting the answer that he wanted. Does have the break lead, though, still in this 5th. 3-2.
And taking advantage of that second serve, 128, Tsitsipas taking the first point.
It's funny, Mark, wasn't it? Something just seemed a little unsettled with the lights. Djokovic.
Not bothering him on that point. Sending down a quality first serve. Back to 15 all.
priceless first serves in a row. And 3 quick points to go with them.
Yeah, losing only the 1 point when he's landing a first serve in the 2 service games that he sent down in this set.
And doesn't lose one behind the first serve in that game. And this is what he said he was happiest about with the win over Rafael Nadal in the semi-finals. The way he was able just to serve his way through the 4th set, pick up lots of cheap, easy points. He certainly upped his level on the serve in this set. 73% first serve percentage, 91% of the points behind the first serve. And Tsitsipas will have to dig in again here, 2-4. It carefully and dealt with it superbly well.
15-0.
Wow, I'm not sure what was happening there. Perhaps wishing for the ball to drift wide. And almost had given up on that. His hand wasn't necessarily on the grip.
Is that just a sign of tiredness, Mark?
Not it. Remaining engaged until the line call coming.
Double whammy. Previous point, the error mentally not to play the ball, followed up by the double fault. He's on the edge right now, Tsitsipas. Djokovic hoping to push him over the edge. Almost virtual match points. 2 break points for the world number 1. Djokovic thinks it's wide. So does Aureli Tor.
Merci.
Mesmerizing. 3 hours and 51 minutes on the clock, and these two still producing a level of tennis that is just astonishing.
30-40.
Just winning these little mental challenges right now. Djokovic, even though he might not have won that point, he is back up, ready to go.
Still a break point. fighting. And let's just wonder, Mark, as in, when he went 15-40 down, he was getting fired up, getting angry with himself, and whether that might have helped him.
Merci, s'il vous plaît.
Adrenaline, no doubt, coursing through the veins.
Correction was good. Replay the points.
Djokovic can't believe the call. Good news for him is that Tsitsipas made the forehand anyway.
He did.
41.
Understand the frustration because it was the return he wanted.
Avantage, Tsitsipas.
Is there still time for one more big twist in this final?
Merci.
Tough to put into words how big a service hold that is from Steph Tsitsipas. Djokovic was on the brink of winning his second Roland-Garros title. Tsitsipas hanging in. And psychologically, Mark, what might that do to Djokovic?
Well, that one break point was won by Tsitsipas. At the second, engaged in a lengthy rally. Djokovic not pushing himself to get out wide to the forehand. Just allowed himself to slide out, to open stance, come under the ball, and made that error. So the pressure amping back up. We know the crowd can certainly inject some fresh life. Is it a second life, or is it a third or a fourth life for Tsitsipas?
And this match looked like it was going to be done. Djokovic has had all the momentum for the best part of 2.5 hours. But is that a momentum shift as the Mexican wave goes around Chatrier in the direction of Tsitsipas? And world number one has been holding easily throughout this set, but there is a fair amount more pressure on this service game.
Similar to the first set, was immaculate behind his serve, Djokovic. And then we got to the key important stages. That serve started to falter and opened it up for Tsitsipas. I'm sure the number 5 seed would enjoy if he could see that fall into his side of the court again.
Point for Djokovic to win, especially after missing the first serve.
I never felt that Rafa was prepared to go out and attack the Djokovic second serve in their semi-final. Felt like that Djokovic got away with some just some average second serves, and that first point wasn't a big second serve, and Tsitsipas just too far behind the baseline.
Tennis from another planet.
Well, the strength, it depletes Tsitsipas just getting to this overhead, to the drop shot, and then having to play the overhead. There's just nothing left.
Well, I think that shot there of the fans just sums it all up. The joy on some faces, the stress on the others. Living and breathing every moment. It feels like Djokovic has just decided to not have to hit a second serve. Previous point, 147 Ks first serve. That one, 170. He's protecting the second serve. He feels, I think, he can win these rallies from the back. Once again, I know it's been said time and time again, but the mental toughness of Novak Djokovic is just something else. When you consider what happened in the previous game, completely unaffected, stays in the present, and is a game away from a 19th Grand Slam title. Serving to stay in the championship, Tsitsipas, 3-5.
Out. 15-0.
And a backhand of Tsitsipas up the line was absolute brilliance in the first half of this match. Fatigue certainly building. It's already there, not on that serve.
35.
Able to land that first serve at 203 Ks. And I wonder how many of the backhand winners, 13 in all, have come from that backhand drop shot.
No.
Oh, and just lost the technique. Had a tough time bending down for this one. The racket head dropped below his wrist. Elbow popped up. Getting it, here's all on that point.
Avantage, Tsitsipas.
Does ask the question, Steph Tsitsipas. If you're questioning his heart, desire and determination, where have you been for the last 4 hours? It's 5-4. Once again, Djokovic hitting less unforced errors than an opponent. It's seemingly been that way in every round.
But how he's rebalanced that in a favourable position. I think we showed a stat midway through this match, and he was level winners to unforced errors. And as this match has progressed, he's been able to take control.
Time.
Well, what a journey it's been for Novak Djokovic. Came from 2-0 down against Musetti. Was pushed to the brink against Berrettini. Had the epic win over Rafael Nadal. But here, once again, 2-0 down now with the opportunity to serve for a 19th Grand Slam title.
And a very safe first serve into play. And then made sure that he kept Tsitsipas moving side to side.
No, this time it's Djokovic who undercooks the backhand volley. He is human.
And a little more tension added into the mix, if there wasn't enough already.
Merci. S'il vous plaît.
Mark, you were sat next to me, willing Tsitsipas forward to take on the second serve return. It was 115 Ks.
Yeah. I mean, this is a time to try something a little different.
He's not had his serve broken since the second set, Djokovic. Second serve, 120 Ks. There's tension out there. What does he do here? Does he take a bit off the first serve again?
Yeah, I think we might see just that safe serve up the tee. Not provide any angle for Tsitsipas. Gee, it wasn't safe at all. The trust
40-30.
From the top-ranked player in the world.
And it is a championship point.
S'il vous plaît.
We go on. Clutch from the world number 5.
40.
Djokovic just walking straight back up to the line, wanting to get things going again.
Merci.
Incredible tennis. What a time to play a point like that. Tsitsipas through everything. But Djokovic showing why he is an 18-time Grand Slam champion and may well soon be a 19-time Grand Slam champion. It's a second championship point.
Merci.
A comeback from the heavens, from a god of the sport, with everything he has won in tennis. Did we just witness Novak Djokovic's greatest ever Grand Slam victory? It is a 19th major honour. It is a second Roland-Garros title, and it is one of the most stunning finals you will see from one of the most incredible players you will ever witness. You have to feel for Steph Tsitsipas. He offered so much, produced more than maybe many thought he would. He pushed the world #1 to the limit. But the limit of Novak Djokovic is just in a place where so few can match. He defeats Steph Tsitsipas 6-7, 2-6, 6-3, 6-2, 6-4 in 4 hours and 11 minutes of crazy, amazing sporting glory. Mark.
Well, match point, and I think the legs of Tsitsipas, there was just nothing left. Had scrambled his way and tried to close the gap, but this man is superhuman. He is on a journey and a quest to become the greatest of all time. And defied all the odds, taking out the greatest clay court player, Nadal, and was able to respond. How does he do it?
And a thought as well, Mark, is in even for that last game with what Tsitsipas threw at him, because he forced Djokovic to win it. It wasn't given to him despite everything we saw in the last 2.5 hours for 4 hours and 11 minutes.
I mean, it was supreme tennis by Tsitsipas. Came out firing and tested the resolve of and the heart of a champion. But the champion shows why he is the #1 player.
Becomes the first man in the Open era to win at least 2 of every Grand Slam. 3rd in the history, joining Roy Emerson and Rod Laver. Tsitsipas will have to wait. But with what he's shown this week, Mark, do you feel there will be more opportunities in the future for the 22-year-old?
Oh, look, the way that he has taken on board last year's Roland-Garros, put a close match with Djokovic in Rome, and to prepare for here, I think we will definitely see him holding a Grand Slam trophy.
Premier joueur de l'ère Open à inscrire au moins 2 fois son nom au palmarès des 4 tournois du Grand Chelem. C'est le Serbe Novak Djokovic. Savourez le moment, Novak. et Novak, en honneur de votre victoire, voici l'hymne national de la Serbie.